Hello. Hello.
Hello. Bit of an intermission between Oni streams to check out a new game. A demo of this has been around for a while, but this is coming out in early access in a few days' time, called Sandustry. And this key was provided to me by Hooded Horse Software, so thank you. And I'm not able to provide a review on it. There's an embargo on reviews for a little while yet, so I'll just be playing the game, and I won't be giving like a definitive yes or no, like you should buy this or not. Not that I tend to anyway, you know, but yeah. Unless it's Dwarf Fortress, maybe. I don't know. But basically, imagine Noita if Noita were a factory game. And that's kind of what Sandustry is, if a bit reductionist. But there you go, that gives you a picture. Let me just catch back up in chat. Yeah, who's around? Twitch, don't scroll back down for me, jeez. Crash a Hole. Who else? Trifalix, Popalinks, Wormmuncher, Spooky Adoration, and Leggy Logan as well. Hey, how's it going? Yep, how's it going, everyone? Noita Bit Factory, yeah, pretty much. We'll go and stand over in front of the game screen. Game's got its own music, so I'll put mine on pause. Though the music is a bit kind of like other factory type games. It's a bit intermittent, taking the style of Factorio background music, you know. And yes, we still have the decorations up. I keep forgetting. So, oh well, they're up for at least one more stream. Whatever. Today's celebration is we're trying a new game. That's today's reason for partying. So there you go. Yeah, games is still in development. Welcome to Sandustry Early Access. Your feedback will help shape the game as new features are added and the experience continues to evolve throughout development, etc., etc. So yeah, published by Hooded Horse, developed by Lanto Games, which I'm not sure, I think that's just a small development team. I don't know details about them. But yeah, let's do audio levels check. Maybe drop that down a bit, that up a bit. Right. And I'm also giving 4K a try on my game PC, just because why not? So I noticed it's a bit stuff is a bit small on stream, so I'll bump the UI scale there. I think I'm already zooming the game in a bit for myself, so yeah. Not much I can do about the size of the mouse cursor though, I think. Maybe I can boost that in Windows itself. Mouse pointer speed. Where's the mouse pointer settings? Let me go digging around in my my control panel. it's fucking Windows 11, so it's got like 2 ways of accessing every fucking setting because they're halfway through migrating, I guess, from an older style to a newer style. I don't know. All right, how about that? It's a bit better. Maybe a bit much. There we go. Okay. Anything else? Oh, right. It's a cursor size in-game. Well, maybe. Oh, yeah, that's right. It has its own graphical cursor when you get into the game. I have played it for a little bit. Not a lot. Just enough to make sure it I can sit here for at least a few hours and play it. So, yeah, that seemed okay. Generate a random world name, Cobalt Mouth Drift Scar, Scorch Reached, Slate Watch, I don't know, Copper Spire, how about that? Seed, although this, I haven't come across any copper. What about something sand? Claymouth, wow. Not that yet. Chalkmark, Garnet Haven. Well, Claymouth made me laugh, so how about that? Let's juggle that seed a bit. World options, there are none at the moment. Yeah, generate world. Though the first couple of games I created seemed to get similar, at least starting area layout. So I don't know how much is actually procedurally generated compared to like fixed landmarks. But I guess we'll find out. In-game cursor is set a change in the OS one. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Mission brief, planet PX47 assignment. Establish a link. All right. Archon Pry, Sentinel Command. Welcome, Prospector. I am Archon Pry, Orbital Overseer of the Heliodyne Sand Survey Program. Positive probe telemetry has greenlit an on-site sand survey of PX47 to assess gold yield potential. Oh yeah, apparently sand is just full of gold. We'll extract sand and build an initial gold production factory. Archived data suggests an extinct high-tech civilization, but records are incomplete and unreliable. Its only confirmed remnant is a class-designated group of colossal entities roaming the dunes, unresponsive to all contact attempts. Worms. All right. Confirm mission. Zoe. This is Flight Officer Zoe, your orbital operations support. I will guide you through the mission, but first things first. Drop pod is locked and on trajectory. Drop pod is locked on trajectory and cleared for dispatch. Ready when you are. Oop. Apparently I can't talk. Oh yeah, it's got its own mouse cursor here, which is really tiny. And there we are. We're dual wielding shovels. All right. Let's just crank that up to 3x and see if that actually has an effect. There we go. We'll see. You can see where I'm pointing now. Maybe that will be too much, but we'll do it. We'll go with it for now. All right. Just give me 1 second. Maybe it's me talking really quietly, but my voice sounds low through my own headphones. So I'll just crank the volume on that a little bit, and hopefully it doesn't clip. All right, hold mouse left to dig terrain. All right. All right. Game audio is a little bit low now. All right, press 2 to select the grabber. There we go. Drop dry sand in water. Bloop. Pick up wet sand and shake it. Shake, shake, shake. Yeah. Put gold in the collector. we out here prospecting. And this is the entire game. You shake sand for hours on end to get gold. You get game over. Yeah. One more. Fine. Oh well, there was some wet sand there. All right. And you're left with residue. Yeah. Rather simplistic, yes. Well, yeah, that can be fun too. Open tech tree with T. T for tree. Research shaker. Unlocks the shaker which can separate gold and residue from wet sand. You can automate things. Holy shit. Build diagonally and drop wet sand on it. Cost 20. What a convenient amount. Oh, what a concept. Yeah, give me a sec. Just having a sippy sip. What in the Terraria? Yeah, visually a bit like Terraria, physically a bit like Noita, gameplay loop a bit like Factorio, maybe, but side on, so it's all physicsy. Kieran, yeah, hey, how's it going? Should play more games like this. Not a fan of Terraria myself, but yeah, and Noita I find very difficult. So. As much as I respect it, there's many other games that I'd prefer to play instead. Open the build menu with Q. All right, build shaker and foundations. So yeah. Do what I'm told for the moment. Build shaker and foundation. There we go. Drop wet sand on shaker. Research logistics. So we get gold coming through there. And I'll just drop that there for now so it actually counts. You get these little collector zones that you have to have gold in, or gold has to be in for it to count as your currency for buying or researching things, basically. Can you eat the sand? No. Doesn't appear so. All the wet sand. Well, I got some gold out of it. Maybe you can eat the gold. I guess maybe you technically do, because I'm about to consume gold to research logistics. I just need 30 gold.
Hello.
Yummy. We're at 14. It took me a little while to understand what was happening with these shakers in terms of the residue, like interaction and the wet sand and how quickly it goes through. And it's simpler than I was overcomplicating it in my head to be. It's basically, you can demonstrate it here, different materials I have different densities. That, like, the solid material in this game behaves a lot more like the water liquids in Oni. So, like, wet sand always drops below this residue. So, you can always stack more wet sand on this, even though there's some residue behind, left behind, and the wet sand will always make its way down to the bottom and make contact with the shaker, which ticks every 5 seconds or so, and either pushes stuff on top of it off or drops some gold through. Yeah, folks checking in. Yeah, Corvidae. Right. Build conveyor belt and launcher. Right. Manual shaking has been disabled to avoid accidental refining. You can re-enable it here. Okay, so no longer can I shake wet sand, but I can re-enable it if I really want. Okay. All right, launcher like that, launching off to the left with conveyor belt.
I am a great magician.
It's clearing out some residue there. Another conveyor belt. So get that residue and put that there. Tidy up a bit. Okay, hold C to click and drag. Hold C, click and drag to select the blocks. Move the selection to the highlighted area. There you go. Nice. So you can just move stuff around without completely recreating it if you want, which will definitely come in handy, I think. Yeah, my clothes are dither. My dither are clothes. I was about to say, I guess it's the same thing. Juffy, hey, full game? Yes. Well, full early access. This is a review key provided by Hooded Horse. So it's not the demo. It's a review copy. So there might be another update, but yeah. Early access, I think, is due out in August 13th days. So 5 days or so. All right, useful tips. Control to build over existing structures. Nice. Alt for alternative mode, like reversing a conveyor belt direction. Expand your collector buckets, or build new ones to fit more gold. Yeah. Hell yeah. Demo was great. Yeah, there's a lot of potential here. There's also a lot of mind bendiness that you need to go through to figure out things. Which is good. Yeah, there's a lot of gravity involved puzzles, basically. So that's gravity and like gas. I don't know the right word. Gas behavior, basically. but not the same as fluid. They're not fluid dynamics necessarily, because it's just like Noida, like pixels of gas rise up into the air. Right, meat factory. So you know the drill. Dig and refine sand into gold so we can judge if this rock is worth a full build out. Meat factory processing targets to raise viability and unlock more tech to push the operation further. So reach factory tier 2. Sensors show high psionic activity in the dune wakes of class Colossus entities. Designation Col 0 with a thing through, which naught maybe? I can't remember the word for that. But levels remain within acceptable parameters. Well, that might just be the font 0. Col 0. Something about entities, sands, dunes. Go for a wander. What else is there? Oh, yep. More dirt. More sand. Oh. Dune. Grass. So it's different sand. It's sand, dune sand, stone. And this switches back to dune. Okay. All right. Instead of staying sand. Cool ring structure in the background. This is actually Halo. What's this? Sandstone. And now shovels sounds like guns. Get rid of some cactus. Pyramid. Very advanced. I wonder if I can trap myself. I guess I can trap myself in there, maybe. Be interesting to maybe dig down through this. Yeah. Hypergate. Yeah. I'm sure this is fine. So whenever you see a wobbling purple wall in front of you reaching up into the sky, you just walk straight into it. I don't seem to be going far though, but at least I'm not exploding. Shen, hey. Wait, I need that blankie. It's cold. Stop drinking, yeah. Just saw one of those last Tuesday. Well, it seems to be preventing me from going any further, but I guess we could see what's up in the sky, if anything. I kind of want to know the limits of what I'm working with here, if any, or if maybe I implode, maybe explode, die somehow if I fly too high. Stars. Oh. I think that's your lot. I think that's your bloomin' lot. Yep. There's a glass ceiling in my game. The stars outside are looking down at me. And now we'll see if there's fall damage. There is not. Oh, we got another big purple eye thing. Purplish. Yes, maybe those are the Colossus things. Oh, what's this? Mountain? Ice. Grab ice. Dig ice? No. Oh, we're getting wobbly again. Yeah, well, I guess now it's going to be the same. But yeah, it looks like the only way to really expand for the moment is downwards or up into the sky for what amount of sky we have. Yeah. What's this? Is this just grass? Grass, yeah. Science of flatulence-powered flight is deeply unappreciated. Yeah. Ooh. Something. Indestructible. There's not much that I can do with things yet. We got a cave. Yeah. Little Miss Murder, hey. What's this? Crackstone. I think I saw someone injecting that earlier. Shatterstone. Ice. Dirt. Refine that. Refine that crackstone. Okay, we're back home. So much more material to play with. All right. So, might give myself a bit more room. The tutorial setup is all right to get started with, but actually, there's a whole bunch more. Yeah, there's a lot more water over here, so I'll just make do with what I have here. Let's just make a temporary bucket here to put what coins I might have, which is not many. Let's see how far this goes down. Oh, forgot about that. And get that sand wet at the same time. So we don't have filter stuff yet, do we? No. Okay. I might just send all this over to the water over here. Let's get it all out. That way I don't have to care much about this area from now on. It doesn't cost anything to make buildings, so just make ridiculous looking things. Knock that off a bit. And I haven't figured out a better way in this for shifting things around in bulk apart from just making a bunch of these. Yeah, probably should have blocked that off a bit more. So launchers can launch stuff vertically or diagonally. And that's going to include a bunch of residue, but whatever. It'll all come out in the wash, basically. With powder toy. No, I've not heard of that. There we go. Residue actually floats too. All that sand be getting nice and wet. Nice. Maybe I should have put down some conveyor belts first. So we'll get that routing to the middle. Lift that up. Get that sand out of there. Powder toy. Yeah, I've never heard of it. All right. So we'll set up a slightly larger one of the shaker setups that we had before. What's that? Rectangle up. So not connected with the actual sand itself yet. All right. Oh, I can't hover yet, can I? Research. Nope. There. Yeah. So haven't really decided on how I like to build these yet. So there's what was I going to say? It seems important in this game to understand kind of like the limits, like the rate limits of things, and to like impose the limit on how much stuff you put through so it doesn't clog things up. So I've yet to figure out like some like these belts can move a certain amount of material at a time, but you multiply that by the height. But then you'll face some like machines that actually do refining, and they'll like, depending on how you set them up, they'll only have a certain ability to process so much at a time. And it's like I'll probably sit down and try and figure it out, but it's like one tile's worth of sand will spread out over a certain distance on these. Otherwise, and after that, it'll just start dropping off the end. And if you're, well, we'll maybe see it. We'll just see it in action. But yeah, if you're expecting residue to come off the end only, then you might be surprised to find stuff that's not residue. In fact, I might lower that one like that. And then gold will pass through there. And and I'll just let residue stack up there for the moment. Just get the game volume up a bit. Membranes checking in. All right, I'll catch back up in a sec. I just want to get this rolling. Right. In fact, I might even do that. And there we go. So I could rate limit this, for example, by putting a block there. It's like, well, now only one tile high worth of sand will fit through there anyway. Or if I get rid of that, and it maybe threatens to let the sand boil over to the residue, where the residue is collecting. Yeah, it seems to be just enough. So how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's 12 tiles. Maybe it's six per height that you let in or something like that. But that's a lot of residue. Also, now we have 190-ish monies. I'm going to unlock that hover, so I can just hover, which also lets you then phase through things. Yeah. And this is backing up here because the residue is backed up. Yeah. So I might impose a limit there anyway on that, just in case. But that's all the wet sand that we've collected so far. Let's get that residue piled up there too. Wall hacks, yeah. Sandbox simulator with a bunch of elements and chemicals and some types of radiation. Most of the fun for you came from seeing how things interacted with other things and then setting them on fire. All right, nice. Yeah, never heard of it. I'll check it out sometime. No clip enabled. Yeah, they call them tailings. Yeah, tailings. Yeah, I was wondering if these were tailings. I was going to say tailings earlier, but it's not. I don't know if that's quite right. But let's call it that anyway. Be careful of the brown logs when you're playing in the sandbox. Yeah, Galactic. Hey, how's it going? Yep. All right, and filter will come in handy, but we'll get that in a bit. There's a mini map. We need to get 4,000 wet sand shaken, so we're going to need more, and we're going to need to unclog this as well. And I don't really want to just collect a whole bunch of residue, but I don't know, I'll just... Yeah. Residue does have a use. You can actually do something with it. I'll just make a collection area for it for now. I know that's a terrible collection area, but whatever. It's yeah, that'll do. Anyway, let's get more sand from somewhere. Oh, convenient. We got this. How much more do we need? So we've shaken 1,180 sand. We need 4,000. That probably won't take too long. How do I want to do this? It's just get rid of that. Get some of the little bits off there. And there. Easy. I I don't know if that's the way you're meant to do it, but it seems to work for me. Get rid of that. There we go. More monies. Might even want to raise this up a bit. Which... So yeah, I've just been repeating that pattern in the couple of games I was playing around with, just the starter stuff. Just put down these things, and I sort of kind of consider them to be like scaffolds, and then just dig down. Oh, got a bit of water. It's just unfortunate that it makes it a bit hard to see. That's all. But whatever. And then we'll see all the wet sand back up. It's actually, yeah, it's appearing now there. So I think we got money for filter now. Yep. All right. There we go. So filter allows, we got like allow list, block list, and I think it can only do one at a time. So the only thing that we're expecting to come off the end of this is residue. So I'll say block residue from dropping down. Otherwise allow through. So yeah, there you go. Now sand should drop back out there and make its way through again. But yeah, I need to unlock the next tier before I can do anything with the residue. So let's get this out. Go big on storing residue. Or at least bigger. There we go. Actually, I'm blocking that now. So 3,100. Going good. We can unlock a mini-map. We can get a sprint boost. Sprint boost. Hey, I'll save them for later. I'll get the mini-map. Well, that's going to be behind my head, mostly. Don't know if I can change the location of that. Yeah. How high in the sky can you build up? We flew up before and when we hit some stars, it's quite a fair distance. I haven't. Oh, there you go. There, so you can see it. Kind of see it in the mini map. Hang on. That high. I guess that's how high you can build, because that's how high I could fly. All right, we can unlock tier 2 to get our flamethrower. What do you got to say, Zoe? Morale, nice place. Nice pace. 2. Additional tech tree routes approved. It's also time to start thinking about your water supply. I've tagged the location of some ancient boiler ruins on your map. Exploring them after you've unlocked the flamethrower might give you ideas on how to get cave water flowing to your factory. Okay. After you've unlocked flamethrower. Yeah. Unlocks a flamethrower to burn residue, melt ice, and vaporize water into steam that rises and becomes rain. There's also a portal, some thermal buffers, burning belts, sweeper drones, cryoblaster. Yeah, so I started cryoblasting. All right, 400 monies, but now we have flamethrower. Stick that there. To burn your enemies and your residue. Neat. No pollution whatsoever. And this becomes burnt residue. And now we have more room for more residue. Hell yeah. Yeah, and the remnants of that residue gradually make their way off those shakers as they get shook off, so to speak. But I don't think we have the next step of processing for that residue, but that's just helps us with the build up there. But yeah, we have to reach factory 4. We have to press burnt residue. We might actually, hang on. Oh, no, there we go. There. It was right in front of me. Kinetic press. Unlocks the kinetic press to further process burnt residue into more gold. Nice. The environment will handle the pollution. Will never become an issue ever. No. Never ever. All right, so we need 500 monies for that anyway. Was there anything left over in here? Nope. There was a bit more residue though. But yeah. All right. Let's see what this area looks like around here, if we can do more of the same. Plastic's bad for the environment. Yeah, only ever use it inside. And my garbage bin is inside, so throwing away these soft plastics into the garbage bin, that's totally fine. All right, how about... Oops, wrong one. Yeah. On my very, very, very first look at this with the demo, I was trying to figure out like conveyor belt and lift things here. And then when I took a look at it this time around, I was like, oh, it just lets me build in big squares. It's like, I just put all this down and it's fine. Like maybe that'll come back to haunt me later for some reason, but yeah. We got monies for the kinetic press now. All right. Does sound like you're firing a shotgun into the dirt. Yeah. All right. So the kinetic press is a long drop, basically. So we need to drop the burnt residue into that, and we'll eventually get a way to make that residue burnt automatically. But until we do, I might just go with a manual approach first. In fact, I want this a bit more controlled here. So, unburnt residue will gather over there, and I'll just burn it manually for now. Oops, go away. We do have a way to help with that, though. So we have filters. So let's say allow burnt residue through, and I don't know, put something like that there, and go around and I might build that the other way, actually. Run it like that. And get some of that residue there, and I should be able to burn and have it drop through. Nice. Yeah. Very ad hoc. I'm not really planning much in advance because I don't know what the late game looks like. So it's like, yeah, just go. Residue squared, yeah. Burn like it's curry, nice. Okay, but the one thing I have already experienced is this kinetic press. So it can process a lot in just one or two small spaces because it's just gravity based. So it doesn't need a huge setup for it. And I'll put a little bit through just to remind me what actually goes in there. So in fact, I might just grab it manually. It's like, there we go. Gold and seed. Seed. Hey. Make it work, then make it pretty, yeah. Yeah, core vacation, checking in, hey. How's it going? Keep forgetting to check in. Second time now. Yeah, so we got seed and more gold. So let's say how do I there we go. Seed or gold. Maybe one of the other gold. Yeah, only gold. To drop through there. And then we'll have to do something with seed, which will probably accumulate quite a bit of until we can do stuff with it. But yeah, let's start a collection area there, grab seed out of there that shouldn't be in there, and blip. Okay. All right. So not all of that is being dealt with. I didn't have that happen last time. Burnt residue. I think maybe it's falling a little bit into here before it. Stop that. So I think it's still coming in at an angle, so it's not dropping the full distance. Maybe chickens. Like first stream I saw, so I thought we'll come back. All right. Gold. Machine's clogged. Yep. All right. And we'll get an easier way to deal with that. In fact, have I got it yet? Not yet. No. Let's get the sweeper drones. So I'll get a bit more dirt coming through. That'll get us a bit more monies. I'll just speed that up a little bit. We're not far off. It's like 15 gold or something that we need. 789, 794, 797, 800. All right. Sweeper drone. So we can say select all that. Oh. Or maybe it can't. Hang on. Weird. Oh, actually, let's drop that off higher. Yeah. And that can just fall straight through. So yeah, I'll just increase the height of this a bit and then maybe move it a little bit to the left as well. Right. Actually, that might do. All right, ad break in about 20 seconds. Burnt residue out of there. It's going to clog up straight away anyway because the seed's here, but I'd like to see the residue being dealt with properly anyway. And I'll... I don't know if this game's going to play music when I leave it paused, so I might just unpause my own stuff. I might just put the Oni music on as background music when I go AFK. Yep. All right. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Yep. Oh yeah, have a good one, Wemuncher. Get good sleep. And welcome back. Hey, game did have some music when I was AFK. All right. Okay. Set up somewhere to catch this seed. Otherwise, it's going to clog this up real quick. So I don't know. Let's go up here and start accumulating it somewhere. We'll go tall. In fact, I might just accumulate it here for now. In this gap here. No, I'll put it up in here. Just in case I want to rearrange this again, having a bunch of seed in there might make that difficult. So yeah. Seed. There we go. Get the residue going. Burn some of this. It's still not, maybe it doesn't like hitting the wall. Just have it drop instead. I don't remember having a problem with that in my offline setup. Let's try a quick fix now to experiment, and then I'll have a look at it properly. Might just rearrange it. I wonder if it's just popping out the corner there or something. I think that's it. I've noticed that like liquids can flow through corners and solids usually can't. So I was expecting that little extra block there wouldn't have been needed. But it seems like it might be. Let's restart that again. That's better. And yeah, even if it backs up, it still works, thankfully. Monies. Residual income. Gonna need more money storage for that, actually. Making it rain. Fix it, yeah. Damn it. leftover residue in there. There we go. Okay, so thermal buffer and the burner belts. 1,500 total. Nice, got that. Cryoblaster as well will help us make water and steam. Conveyor portal I haven't actually played with yet. But yeah, let's get the residue burning happening automatically as our seed storage. Decently full already. All right. Oh, filling up quick, rather. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, so burner belts. So this stuff will drop off here. Most of it I found will get burnt by the first couple of the first like chunk of blocks that you make burners, and very little will require burning any more than that. But actually, yeah. So let some drop through, and then I ended up doing a couple more burner blocks like that, because I found stuff would occasionally pile up here, and residue wasn't getting to the bottom to get burnt through the burnt residue. So but yeah, there might still be some left over here, and we can then cycle it back around maybe. But yeah, you provide energy for this. In fact, let's just put that there for now. You provide energy for this in the form of heat. So thankfully, your flamethrower has no fuel. It's just infinite. So you are a source of infinite heat and positive and negative heat energy, basically. So that should be good for now. It's for a first run anyway. Eat a lot of beans. Yeah. Very, very gassy. Yes. Ooh, area. Dalsin, hey, love the stream title? Yeah. I figured that would be an appropriate one for a dragon. Because I assume that they would enjoy sand baths. All right. That's going through. We'll come back to that in a moment. But yeah, we have area. Oh, yeah. Purple stuff for upgrades. Right. Game is not paused while that's up. So that fluxite. All right. So that's throwing off the edge there a bit too far. So yeah. Let's put a control on that for now. And then I'll change how that's set up in a moment. But yeah, you see the residue landing on the burner blocks, getting burnt automatically, and sometimes it overflows just a little bit. So having a second, oops, I should put. God damn it. There. And then the heat energy is slowly coming out of these blocks as they get used. And then going up here and getting money at 2 stages. Nice. So yeah, if we only use one, that still flings, because the launchers, what I found is that they get this attachment to these conveyor belts, and if the conveyor belt's not there, they then launch out further. So the conveyor belt results in limiting how far they launch. So, sticking them side by side like that, like the first one gets that limit, the second one doesn't. Yeah. Just sort of depends on your goal, basically. But there's also a opportunity to fix potential future issues of like maybe too much coming through anyway. So I don't know, maybe even I'll just let this drop, or maybe just fling it back. Yeah, seems good. Maybe there'll be some other elements coming through accidentally in the future, but we'll deal with that. Future me will deal with that problem. Yeah. Hate sand. This game fucking sucks. But I love sand. Gets everywhere. God, love sand. Trolling hate. Let's lift this up a bit. Bit more room for seeds. Any upgrades that I want to get just yet? We can play around with a conveyor portal maybe in a bit. Let's get that sprint boost though. You get flare guns to light up dark areas, but yeah, I didn't find much use for them. Not yet anyway. What's that? Residue? Burnt residue? Just hanging around out here? How dare you? That was all cleared out. All right, we have a new area. So let's start destroying it. And this moss here, or is this grass or moss? It's moss. It's actually flammable. There's not much point in digging it out anyway because it doesn't result in anything. But I made a bit of steam then, actually. So, yeah. So that steam will rise up and fall as water somewhere around here. So we'll probably accumulate little puddles of water every now and then. Because I'm not setting up for anything like that in advance. Oh yeah, upgrades as well with the fluxite. Yeah. What do we got? 140. Get that digging speed increase, maybe. Yeah. Material scanner shows more information about materials when hovering, and extended grab capacity. So now we can see sand interacts with water, interacts with shaker, moss, can be dug or is flammable. Water interacts with sand, seed, lava, and flame. Stone can be destroyed by some sort of drill, maybe in future. Stone, dirt, yeah. Ice. Melt. Melt. Make water in uncollected, unplanned collection areas. Oh, there we go. More purple. Touch purple. Touch purple. There we go. Destroy purple. 141 F points. Might save up. I don't really need the extended flamethrower range. This is frozen. Yeah. But yeah, this is the same starting area as my 2 offline starts that I did. So this this water can be steamed, and it will make its way out via that little pocket or the little tunnel that we saw there. So there we go. There's condensed water, the rain. All right, I'll go up there. That'll drop down here, and we'll refill this. As long as I don't build anything that's going to interrupt that, then that's going to be a good way to refill that water to get started with. And yeah, you can pick up the water later, so I'm not going to try and micromanage it now. I will. If I have sand around, I may as well drop it in. Oh, it's getting launched away anyway. Speaking of launches. Launcher. Rocket launcher. Looks fine. Get in there. And I'm going to assume all the stuff upstairs is working fine and is not clogged in any way. Steamy. Maybe I can block that off. Let's make some more wet sand. Also, arrow pointing left. Reveal. It's something fancy. Uh-huh. A thingo. Artifact. Which I can't grab. Oh. And if I go there, I get teleported away. Because that's water. But the game wants you to learn something here. You can't use your flamethrower, which is basically this frost bed ice. Well, you can dig at it and it will make snow. And snow will freeze water. Yep. So no longer will I be touching water, and I'll be touching artifact instead. And I don't know what this does yet, but yeah, this seems like you can click on both sides of this. It's like one side is augment forge, create a socketable augment, but that doesn't add anything there yet. I don't know. This is draggable in some way, but also maybe not. But yeah, then click Swift 1 speed over there, a bit more speed. You can turn that off if you want. But maybe there's some things that we'll find later that can be put into that. All right. Physics in a video game? Yeah. What's all this then? But yeah, the digging does get a little less tedious later on when you can get things to do it for you. But there's also a lot of reprocessing of all the byproducts of this stuff anyway. Like everything seems to have a next stage of processing that gets you more gold. At least so far. Right. Soak up some of that water so I don't have to try and transport it around. Yeah. Get in there. Rude. Came here for mind-numbing gameplay. All right. Let's just do... can I swap that around? No. Okay. Let's do this. Works for me. Well, there's no sand down here, so at least that hasn't blocked at the bottom of that water there. Maybe I should put some walls there to control that a bit. How about that? There, seems fine. Looks messy. I guess it's as messy or as clean as you want to make it. I like the chaos of the physics. Yeah, Tyrion. As sandproof as a sieve. Yeah. Well, sand is going to get everywhere. It's what the stream says on the tin.
Hello.
Yeah, nice. Even in the cracks. Yeah, I love sand. It's coarse and it's rough and it gets everywhere. And there, rune cyber hay. Oh yeah. Now, Anakin hates sand. I love sand. Test. All right, out of heat here. All right. So we only need like another 400 residue pressed. Plenty of seed storage space. Can you use fire on moss? Yeah, you can. Yeah, I used it earlier. Yep. Doesn't do anything though, apart from clear it away. We'll need a bit more water in there. So just immediately vaporize water. That's a very high energy output flamethrower. some reason, last message failed to send about moss. All right. Yeah, I didn't see it on our end, on this end. Twitch be twitching. Power of the Sun, yeah, in handheld form. Moss. We sort the moss by flame. Not by color, not by taste, just by flame. By flammability. Had burn. Sorry. Burn? What's the mission of this game? I don't know. Kind of. You are here to survey the planet for its gold yield, basically by processing, refining sand. Yeah, that's about it so far. I don't know anything about the late stage. Unlock tier 3. Purge pure greed. Yeah, basically. Grow flowers. We need to grow 4,000 flowers to get the next tier. So that's planter box. Get that unlocked now. Future dwarves, yeah. But yeah, let's go and look at plant growing. Check on things. Yep. Everything's doing okay. Everything's coming up Gwillhouse. So yeah, to grow flowers, you need to get water onto seeds. And do I have the cryoblaster? Not quite yet. More money should be coming through in a moment. But I could do a bit of that manually for now. So let's just go make wet seed. And just use this space to show what it does. Make a planter box. You can put some space below it. Grab that wet seed. Put it on planter box. Blip. Flowers grow. And then get burnt. Which results in amethylus and gold. So more gold. So yeah, automating this, I didn't get too much past this when I was playing around offline. Put a bunch of heat into that. Might even make double up on that a bit. I don't know if they've got a maximum storage or if they leak heat, maybe like self-discharge sort of thing. That heat does get distributed around those buffers. Right, I'll just grab the gold out of there manually for now. Flowers will clog up the system. Yeah. Some plant-based apocalypse speed growth. Yeah. Yeah, they do grow real quick. Not seen this game before. Yeah. So it's coming out in early access in about 5 days, but it is on Steam. So I got this key for free, but it is it's. There is a demo. There was a demo. I don't know if the demo is still available, but I've played the demo of it before now as well. Thought it was old. All these new pixelated games. Yeah, well, they're a good range of games to have around as hardware gets more and more ridiculous, right? Because doesn't rely much on complex graphics. There we go. Just checking out this place, the boiler. These ruins show a natural system for collecting water from caves. Boil water into steam and let it rise. Once high enough, it condenses into rain. Use blocks to direct the steam, create a natural rain chamber. Returning to tradition. So this is a pre-made area. This is nothing of mine. Yeah. It also gives you an idea of how wide the, because I think this floats basically all the way up to the roof of the area, and then turns into water again and drops down. But it can float around a bit before that happens. And I think maybe they set this up so you can know what the maximum drift of that is. Neat. Yeah, and I could direct this over to here to use for growing plants, but I'd rather use the cryoblaster. So unlocks a cryoblaster, which can produce infinite snow that can freeze water, solidify lava, or be steamed into rain. Also, there's fluid pipes and pumps. It will come in handy as well. All right, so we have a whole bunch of seeds all stored, but I think I might not try and process all that because this setup was a bit tricky. So we have to. Have we got the research clearing frame? Yeah. Maybe I'll do some by hand first. Maybe not. Maybe I'll just start to soak this area by using the cryoblaster. Yeah. So well, it's going to go down there. Okay. Put a bunch of snow here. And make a lip there. But water. Making a little bit of wet seed there. But, yeah. Let's convert a whole bunch of that. Whoops. That will make its way through there. That's fine. But yeah, seed always drops below wet seed, thankfully, so that makes that a bit easier to manage. So Amethylus is going to actually, if I, something I'm not sure about is what happens if I, to the stuff that's inside a thing, if I move it around. I'm guessing it's going to just all drop out instead of get moved with it. Yep, all right. Well, that answers that. All right. So I'll move this out here. I just want a bit more space for this. Yeah, Saucy Sorcerer checking in. So collect gold, but also get the byproducts out as well.
Hello.
All right. Allow gold. I probably don't need that much gold storage, but whatever. Especially for a temporary setup. Oops. Excuse me. I accidentally snowed over everything. Where's that going to go? Can I pick it up? Yeah, I can. Well, may as well put that there. All right. Wet seed. Mini plants. Now I'm curious as to how high that will grow if I just keep feeding seed into it. Does it just keep growing? I think it consumes wet. Like I think as the plant touches more wet seed, it just keeps growing. Maybe it has a limit. All right, let's put a limit on that. But sky's the limit. Yeah, Umalan, hey. Yeah. Getting a little bit of gold coming out there. Copy paste. Oops. That's one thing I don't like about this game's control scheme. It's too easy to stay in destroy mode. It's like you're in destroy mode like this, and now I like use the selection mode to pick up something, and that should put me, like I've picked collector to build. That in my opinion, that should put me out of destroy mode. But I have to specifically go out of that. Well, thankfully it all dropped into, I think anyway, I think it all dropped into that down there. Yeah, cash money. Still some plants in here. But Yeah, this is basically pedals. A Methylis interacts with a steam dryer later. Let's chuck it over there a bit. Yeah, it'll just start growing again. Anyway, I'm not going to deal with all of this by hand like that. I just wanted to demonstrate what it does, like what, and show that it's not a trivial thing to try and automate it, because not only do the seeds need to be moist, that this plant needs to be dealt with. Yeah, there is a pyro dispenser block, which unlocks a pyro dispenser which fires a flame burst every 3 seconds when fueled by an adjacent thermal buffer. So yeah, we can use that to automatically harvest the plants, basically. But I didn't want to start automating until I got this thing here, clearing frame. A frame that works like a slow conveyor belt, but moves things inside. Good for clearing elements off static surfaces or pushing floating objects, such as the wet seed, which floats on top of water. Yeah. All right. Burning the sand, making glass. Yeah, so far I have not been able to make glass. Maybe I won't need to. Now I'm just trying to remember what the setup was that I had. Because I ended up having to make a pool of water, basically. Oh, yeah, I'd need fluids for that as well. Well, maybe I'll keep... keep doing this by hand for now. Not for too much longer. But yeah, since the wet seed tends to float on top of water, demonstrate it here. Yep. Though in this case, the water's come on top of the wet seed, so it's just hanging around there. But if you just keep doing that, the dry seed goes through to the bottom. And we'll be able to use that to our advantage to automate that. It's like a hand mixing dough, yeah. Just clip into the sand in this. Yep. Yeah, Denton, hey, how's it going? So the pyro spray makes fire, then can power up thermal blocks and produce infinite energy. I doubt it, but I haven't tried it. Just need a stir stick, yeah. It's like one little bit of snow in there. This hasn't even fully cleared out yet. We're going to need more storage for these pedal things. Because they accumulate a fair bit. Yeah. Just keep kicking that can, the proverbial can, down the road. But yeah, you can, I think the flame, the pyro block thing basically shoots a bit of flame every 3 seconds or so. So you can just have it set up somewhere around here, just doing this. But but it does chew through power quite a bit. So I'm looking for 1250 monies, and I'd prefer to get that from all this rather than going and get more sand, because that's just going to make more backlog of this to deal with. And you don't have a way to just say delete all this. At least not yet. I guess I could be shipping this into here automatically. But I don't want to set up that automation, really. All right, allow wet seed through here. Whoops, I shouldn't have done that. Controls are a bit awkward. And does that not pass through there? No, it does not. I thought all the stuff just passed straight through those. I can't remember the kinetic press things. I'll have to remember that. I want to put a filter up there, maybe. But yeah, anyway, so there'll only be wet seed in there. I'll just do this for now. Should probably only need one. Oops. And then we just need to actually make more wet seed happen. I could pump water up here, but I don't have the tech for it yet. I maybe got things in the wrong order. It's kind of weird how the snow turns to steam first and doesn't just melt into water. I guess that is more flexible that way. Vaporization, yeah. Yeah, it actually calls that out specifically. Vaporize water into steam. It doesn't mention snow, but snow can be steamed into rain. Yeah. Yeah, some water came through there. Oh well. We'll be able to deal with that in a bit. I was just dropping off the edgy. There's our plant growth. So yeah, that's why you'd need something automating that. You can actually, I found you could limit how that plant can grow actually by allowing, putting a filter thing through here. So allow wet seed. And then the plant won't grow above that. Right now I have a bit of mess to deal with. And the plant's just growing up here because there's more seed. Maybe I'll shut the seed train off. Plant is breach containment, yeah. It's like the plant in Kaiser Cud in Bethesda Susa that just keeps growing and growing. What's there? I'm trying to find all the wet seed in here. Just that feels kind of bugged. There's no seed there for me to remove. It just keeps growing. Maybe I'll remove that, see what happens. Maybe there's some... Maybe we have an infinite plant now. It's growing from nothing. All right. Right, this is not intended to be used for that. It's like clearing belts that have accumulated crap that didn't intend to have in Factorio. I have the drones as well. Picking up fucking petals and leaves. Say the factory pans out the rest of the factory jammed up with flowers. Yeah. Oh. Nope. Right, get the drones on that. Let's clear this out. All right, unclogged. Money, like 30 monies off having the plumbing stuff. For now. Plant money. Money plant. Who said money doesn't grow on trees? It actually grows on flowers. Alright. We have unlocked fluids, but we don't yet have pyro dispenser, so that'll be next to automate this part of it. Although maybe you don't even need that. It's a constant throughput. It just keeps going into the flames it's perpetuating. But that will back up there eventually. But it's also dealing with this quite a large backlog. Like the constant throughput of that should not be like that. Anyway, so with plumbing, I found that I could use plumbing to make a pool to drop those seeds into, and then they get shifted across and lifted out. All right. So vents. How high did I make mine? I can't remember now. Pipes are built on a separate layer, can only be removed while pipes are selected. All right. So we need to hook this up to a source of water from somewhere. So I might make like a water tank out here. That's maybe that will be the water tank for many things. But yeah, heads up, ad break in about 20 seconds. So I'll take a break when that comes on, of course. So folks won't miss anything of this, like commissioning this. All right, ow. All right. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Blip. welcome back. No game music at the moment. All right. Welcome back. Yeah, cheers. I have a meal shake, so give me one moment. Maybe the game avoids music during the on the pipe overlay or something. All right. So yeah, there doesn't seem to be a relation between pipes, like liquid pumps and vents in this game, apart from just the fact that they're connected. From what I could tell, it looks like each vent will output some water, and you don't need to like match capacities or anything. It doesn't seem to be a concept of like pipe capacity either. I don't remember how far out. Actually, I guess I'm going to make an area where I'm going to turn snow into water, basically. And it's like, I was thinking of just adding lips on there to catch anything that drifts out there. But if I just instead no, I was thinking like instead direct the steam up like that, and then actually that might work because I think liquids travel through diagonals. So let's see. Let's give that a test run. Of course, that works both ways. Right, of course. Fluids travel through corners, not just liquids. Yeah, Moldrum checking in. There you go. But yeah, so a vent setup like this allows this pool to be filled up and progressively kind of like quicker as well to deal with the seed as it gets dumped into the pool. Yeah, if I I guess this can just be like a 2-stage thing, maybe. I'm not quite sure how to do that. Not quite sure how to do what I want. Will it condense there? No, it has to go up to the sky. Oops. Well, this is not a problem I necessarily need to care about either. I could just add the catchment edges on that I was going to do before. Like, it's roughly that. Roughly that. And you can get upgrades for that snow. Yeah, permafrost surge, increase the number of ice particles per shot. There we go. I suppose it's not worth... Actually, what's my flamethrower distance? Because I probably don't want to bother having an area wider than that anyway for this. So there. And it seems like water, when it comes down, causes the snow to melt anyway without producing more water. So you're kind of limited, like, unless you make it drift, like collect somewhere else. If it's just collecting back into the area where the snow is, you got a time limit to how quickly you can do it. So. Quick enough. Just enough. So yeah, each one of those vents is outputting water independently, so it's not tied to the throughput of like a single pump there by the looks of it. Yeah, and they don't overflow past the vent. So yeah. And the next part of that is a clearing frame. Yep. To shove seed along. And I think a filter on top to allow or block wet seed. Steamform clouds before precipitating. I haven't actually followed it up into the sky to see what happens. I think it might just turn to water when it hits kind of like the roof. There is a limit to how high it can fly, but maybe it just turns to water at a certain point. Oh yeah, so I wanted allowing seed or like blocking anything from going through there didn't work out nice, I found, but I kind of wanted stuff to spread out. So I used the filter's ability to do that. And I said to allow only gold through, block gold because it shouldn't be there. So then it slowly lets everything else through so that seeds don't get stuck in one area. And then it's just a matter of launching wet seed up out of there, hopefully. Oops. Yeah. Oh, we have some dry seed we can try there. So it should slowly get put in and consumes a bit of the water. And we'll just get pushed out to there. What is that? Ice. Yeah, we're blocking steam from rising here, which that's just going to stay there indefinitely until I change that. So yeah, that is wet seed. And I'll uncork this for now, I suppose, somehow. I don't know. That's not going to do much good since this is all backed up here. Let's... There. It's a lot of leaves that we'll have to deal with. Is that, that's wet seed in there? What's going on there? Ah, wet seed. But yeah, do we have the... No, so we need 2,000 for the pyro block. Which we might... Oh, we probably won't get from this. So we'll have to go digging for some more sand, even though we've... Well, we're out of storage for this amethyst, amethylus. So I guess we'll kick that can even further down the road. Oh wait, yeah, that's fine. Waves of amethylus. But I might get the drones moving some of that money around, maybe. Yeah. Steam it, need it. Alright. I can't remember where I'd explored to now. Oh, we went through there. Ah, probably here, where there's still dirt. Back to shooting some dirt. Although we'll go through that. God, I was wondering what that was for a moment. All the drones returning. We'll go through the ice here in case that's got some purple stuff hidden behind it. Like it, yeah, it does. Might be able to upgrade something to make this a bit easier. Alright, 148 upgrade things. Hydros. I think I'll grab the hydro sponge. Otherwise, water can be a bit of a pain to deal with sometimes. Tiny bits of water just floating around the factory. It's like I just sponge it up. Sponge boy. Hey, more purple. Touch purple. All right. Not sure how much we need to get 2,000, but so I'm emptying out this chunk while I'm here, basically, and then just so we can just move on. Yeah, deal with that later. That should be quite a bit.
I am a great magician.
Might close our partner. Yeah, saucy sorcerer. Hey. Yeah, I might change these filters here to block residue instead of allow burnt residue. And then other random things that get caught in there can drop through, which we can do here as well. So block burnt residue. So anything else that shouldn't be in there is just going to drop through. So maybe the same with this. So block residue here. That should also allow steam to drift up as well. I can pass through those instead of like the solid conveyor belts. Bonus achievement if Gwillem keeps out until Christmas.
Hello.
Akaborb, hey, checking in too. All right, pyro dispenser. Get. Well, I may as well just set it up here, I suppose. Though it probably doesn't need to be that large, but I mean, I need to deal with this anyway. So let's pyro dispenser go maybe there. Thermal buffer there. There we go. Auto burning. But yeah, it uses quite a bit of heat to do that every time it shoots a bit out. It's about the right length as well. Maybe I need one fewer wall here. Surprised a bot didn't nuke that. Yeah, Moldrum. Is that 95 pants? They've all been taken off. So yeah, I have to check in on this quite regularly to re-add more heat energy to it.
Hello.
What was someone asking before, whether you could make it infinite? I don't know. Let's see. I highly doubt it. If anything, it might just reclaim the energy. Should repair itself from the plant's fire? Yeah, maybe it can somehow. Because, I mean, that's flame. So, yeah, it's just might be a bit awkward to set it up, that's all. I'll put it there. Maybe that'll get a bit from it. And Eidolon, hey, lurking too. All right, but we have grown enough flowers to unlock 4 tiers, tier 4. Incoming uplink. Link ready. Zelda ready? Yeah. Perfect. Before we authorize any scale up, protocol demands a subsurface scan. Initiate scan. Anomaly detected. Confirm. Copy that. I'm tagging the coordinates. Get down there and report what you see. Objective, investigate signal source. And there's a marker just on the mini-map behind me. Yeah, once this clears out, I'll reduce the height of this, I think. There is also some research here for a aerokinetic fan. Unlocks the aerokinetic fan, which blows petals and powders through the air. Good for moving large piles of amethyst, like this. But I didn't get a chance to play with that offline. I didn't. Not that I didn't have the time for it. It's more I didn't quite see the use for it. Although I think I maybe see it now. Let's just get it and try it, because I was like, won't that move like everything away that I don't want to get moved away as well? But it's the thing to keep there is gold, right? So I'm just checking the height of that. So the gold shouldn't be affected by that. So yeah, let's reduce the height of the planting area to like that. Just trying to grab that one wet seed in there. It's getting slippery. There we go. Just make one little flower. Yeah, that should quickly move the petals away. Yeah, you can see the influence on the air current there. Nice. Yeah. Zoop, zoop. Surprised it doesn't move you as well. Like, maybe it does when you're not hovering. No. Oh, we have many, what's this called again? Amethyst. And the next tier unlock is to condense fluorine into fluorinol, which is another step up of processing on the petals, which we'll use. They actually give you some visual guidance here in the tech tree for how to do that. So yeah, it's using steam to condense the petals, using steam to dry the petals, and then using snow to condense the dried petals, which you burn, and yeah, that turns it into some liquid. But I did get that part done offline a little bit anyway, but the unlock for next tier didn't become available, but I didn't do the investigate the anomaly part, so maybe it's gated on that. So I figured I'd maybe have a look into that now. I like how they've gone with like what's the right word I'm looking for? Just instead of just real basic physics, like there's some extra stuff thrown in as well, you know, like the wind edition there. It's just one example. And being able to launch stuff so it has like velocity as well, and it's not just it's not just gravity on its own. So yeah, the anomaly signal is right. Well, it's like double the distance down, and we can't dig through this rock. This is shadowstone that can be destroyed by gun. So yeah, we'll probably need to be funding the exploration downwards anyway. Let's get some more water put into that pond. Did I block? I might have actually blocked that. Yeah, I did. So, water's going to come down here instead. And some of it is just going to get trapped on the other side. So instead of fix that properly, I'm just going to fix it temporarily. Also, can I get water sponge, hydro sponge? No, at 300. What's coming along here? Wet seed. Okay, so block, wet seed. Let that rise, and wherever it falls, it falls. But yeah, that should go off that way. We'll come down here, and not an ideal setup, but there you go. There, I fixed it.
Fix it!
I did. I already did. It doesn't need any more fixing at all.
Fix it!
Nope. All right. Do you mind? Jeez.
Fix it!
No. I'm about to unlock a gun, so be careful. Maybe? Yeah.
Fix it!
No. I'm not even going to hydrate. I will, actually. I've got a milkshake. There we go. Orangutans, hey, how's it going? Is it as good as it looks? It's as good as it looks. Yes. I can't offer any. There's like however it looks to you. So there's actually one of the conditions of there's still what's called a review embargo out. So I can't give any definitive review. All I can do is show gameplay. Which basically means it's as good as it looks. Goodness is in the eye of the beholder. Well, it looks good to you. Fair enough. But yeah, so they have two. Hooded Horse often have two different embargo dates when they hand out review keys. One to just show gameplay of it, and then later another date to have like actual reviews published. When is Beholder releasing their review? 1500 nearly. What's this? Oh yeah, Frostbed or whatever, which is being moved like sand. Okay, fine. Oh, gun get. Which is not necessarily faster because it's it's doing a bit less damage. In fact, it does make me wonder if it's actually destroying some of the sand on the way as well. There's a bit of steam in there. I can grab the steam. Nice. Think it would get lag with lots of stuff? I have no idea. I definitely haven't noticed any yet. Play the demo, yeah. All right. I want a gun for that. Oops. Give me purple. All right. Hydro sponge, I think.
Fix it.
Yeah. And now I can pick up water. Build lots of stuff. Chop, chop. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, I think this is a bit different from the... Yeah, I think maybe we're getting into procedurally generated areas now. But yeah, this shinelet, which no matter what I did, I couldn't capture or kill. So... But I think there was a tech later. Yeah, there's a Corella tech here. Unlocks the Corella to capture enemies. Which maybe... sorry, capture creatures, not enemies. Purple may be addictive, yeah. Shouldn't blind through walls, yeah. The moss light up the area, I suppose. Yeah. You burn it. also arrow out there. And purple down here and more purple up above. There's also a gunnable area earlier on. So I'll go back and gun that area. I've got 470. I think I'll go for a broader shovel. Yep. Let's check for anything hidden around here. No. This is indestructible. This might be hinting at something else, but we'll come back to that. All right, now where was the gunnable areas around here? Here we go. This is we have lava. Nice. Also a thing, big purple thing, kind of looks like a slug. Now, do I get damaged in magma? No. All right. Autosave dialogue came up and I was like, I thought it was taking damage for a second. What's this? Puff. Destroyed by digging. Huh. It just disappears. Puffs away. What's that? Lumling. Oh, what are you leaving behind? Water. Okay. We've got ourselves little water generating creatures. More purple. Yeah, the moss doesn't burn very quickly, so yeah, it does light up stuff a bit. Just not very effectively. Demo was good. Same but lots more with EA, yeah. Anomaly. Also, what's this? Red soil destroyed by dig. This redstone, maybe. Maybe we can do some circuitry stuff with this. Interacts with void petal. Red sand. Okay. Leave that for now. What is this? Frostbed. More purple. And maybe a lot more purple. It's, what do we got here? Ice. And frostbed. I'll dig away at this first. Yeah. What's that? Orb. It just says orb. Void flower soil. Okay. Yeah. Orb. Purple orb. Orb. Dot dot dot. What is this place? Doesn't match anything on in our archives. I will relay the findings to the Archon, retrieve the orb so it can be sent to the Sentinel for analysis, then expand operations to Factory Tier 5. Orb. Pulsating orb. Like this is... yeah. The pulsating orb, like this thing, is an orb. Oop, orb retrieved, sending it to the Sentinel for analysis. And also warping space-time, apparently. Maybe not. All right, cool. Victory music. So now we can actually get, yeah, so tier 5 unlock is now actually available. We're nowhere near it, but yeah. All right, plenty of water down here. Let's see if there's anything behind this ice. License this dance tune? Is it? You recognize this, do you? All right, so this interacts with Void Petal, this red sand. Different things. Okay, Void Flower Soil, Void Petal. Okay. No. Put that there. Maybe I'll have a quick look through here. Does the gun do that any quicker? No. Put it in lava. It doesn't say flammable, so yeah. If the lava's nearby, I might, but it's a bit far away to go around and carry it. So arrow. What's this? Crackstone, destroyed by rockets. So not gun. 2,000 unlocks a rocket launcher. So go back to where we were getting more sand and dirt and stuff. Oh, what's this? Oh, another artifact. But you need rockets to get that. Okay. Very big 90s dance music. No, I didn't recognize it. I'll just put a conveyor belt there to stop anything dropping through that's not intended. So yeah, do I have access to dig drones yet? No. 2,500 for a digger drone, which when you first get them, they're a little bit disappointing, but I imagine they can be upgraded to make them pretty good. Don't know if I want to spend money on the digging speed just yet. There's probably stuff upstairs that is backing up or running out now anyway. So let's have a quick check up there. Oh, what's all in there? Snow made it down here. Yeah, interesting. Fixed. Ish.
Fix it!
No. Oh, I'm grabbing steam, right. Get that snow out of there. But yeah, I can actually grab water now. Doop. Yeah, so this is overloaded now because this backed up. It's loaded a bunch of dry sand into here, and it's just looping through because the dry sand's not the wet sand's not dropping below the dry sand there. I'll just clear that out. Make some more water. That should all just go off there and come back here. I'm guessing that we'll find some better power source than just our flamethrower eventually. There's like one little bit of snow left. Well, lava, yeah. So pump that around. Okay. I have to spend some money, otherwise I'll have to expand the money storage. Okay. This is probably where the lava would be most useful. The plant killer. That's a lot of petals. Should probably fold all that over this way anyway, instead of continuing to build out over an area that I was relying on for making rain happen. I wonder how high these things can blow petals. Oh, no, they're competing. Well, it doesn't do anything when it's completely full. All right. Fan conveyor now. Yeah, it's a bit unpredictable though. So you'd have to combine them. All right. Have to make it at the end of the influence of that first one. Let's get rid of these. These were just me toying around. Yeah. Something like that. Anyway. Can probably, considering the pedals, the pedals leave, are still influenced, like they carry their, like momentum. You probably don't need to overlap them either. Yeah. Also, you can just go diagonally. Outgrowing fire, yeah. Let's try embedding that a bit. So so that fan's influence now reaches to those walls, like there-ish. And if you build in front of it, that blocks that. Yep. You specifically can't build inside the influence of it like that, but you can. It lets you build at the edge of it there. Oh yeah. Ad break in about a minute. See how that goes. Yeah, neat. Just need a bit of wall here. Wall was too far out. All right. I'll take a quick break while the accursed ads run. So I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Bleh. And welcome back. Rude. As I was hydrating. Is jams cozy and refreshing? Yeah, this is the Oxygen Not Included soundtrack. Just putting it on while I go on break until the game plays its own music anyway. I'll do it again. Fine. A lampshade on one of your horns. It's a party hat. there's no party, but it is a party hat. But one could say if there's a party hat, there's a party anyway. You could certainly say that. One on each horn. I thought that might be overdoing it. Don't want to party too much. All right. Now, before I start bringing all those in as well, like I probably should figure out what I actually want to do with this Amethylus to begin with. And lopsided looks good. Yeah. The only reason I have that on is because I keep forgetting, or just simply not getting around to taking down the decorations and making the changes to the stream setup to actually remove it. Banner on the string between the two horns. At one point I had like garland lights, like string lights, and for some reason they stopped working. So I'll have to figure that out. And more recently, other like ornaments, I call them, stopped working as well. So I'll have to get them fixed before Christmas. Otherwise, we won't have any ornaments. But yeah, a lot of the time, like anything strung between the horns is mostly out of view anyway. All right. What's that? Seed. Get in there. Ornaments. Residue be backed up. Also money be backed up, actually. Well, seed. We should probably spend some of the 5,000 monies that we have on the drying and condensing. And I might just wait on the next. Actually, probably need the advanced filter. Yeah, ornaments. Yeah, the money's clogging up my factory. All the money I'm earning. I'm making. I'm a DRAM maker, DRAM manufacturer. Okay, boomer. Yeah. What was that? Wet seed. For some reason, there's a lot of wet seed down here. So let's get the drones out for that. Yeah, probably have to get the lava up here for this. Which I'm assuming that we just pump it. It'll be interesting to see whether the lava disappears or if it changes into something else when, or if you can consume heat out of it. Because if it were oxygen not included, it would turn into igneous rock. Yeah, I feel like that's lagging a little bit when I'm using that. Let's see, there is a show FPS thing. Not like very noticeable, just a little bit. There we go. Nope, might have just been the way that the animations are going. I'll leave that's a UPS counter up the top. Might be a bit small to read. But yeah. The goal, we don't really know. We're here to ostensibly to survey the planet for how gold rich it is. But there's also some other like ancient civilization stuff going on. So a little bit of satisfactory vibe maybe in that regards. But yeah, I know nothing more. Squillerbob, hey. Wiping out the sweat from all those hard work with the $100 bills, yeah. Yeah, so we'll need to dry this out using steam. And actually tempted to go down that path, get the rocket, because there are a couple of things below to break open with a rocket as well. And now I'm just checking to see that the rest of the factory is not backed up in some way. We've also got points to spend. What's Vapor Blast? Increases the area of water and snow vaporation. Yeah, we'll use that. Do that. Just want to refill the water over here. And then I might look at pumping up some magma, maybe some lava. Should do for there for now. How about down here? More wet seed there. That's probably left over from the drone run that I did earlier. All right, yeah, so we head down to where the liquid hot magma was. Oh, may as well top this off. Oh yeah, we really burned through that quick now. Right. It was down here, right? Oh. Yes. So, I suppose, just put a pump down here somewhere. What's this surrounded by? Stone. Okay. Pump. I'll just put a pump maybe in each of the major like pockets. Just so I don't have to come back for a while, maybe. There we go. Go deep into lava, just like that. Yep, apparently. Good at building is free, yeah. Yeah. Who knows if that's going to change in future. But, yeah. They're also, like with these pipelines I was saying before, there does not seem to be a relationship between the amount of pumps and vents you have. It's just about where they access stuff from. So, can I just build straight through there? Yeah. So you don't have to go and match like the pump capacity to your vent capacity. And I could just run this straight through there, I suppose. Yeah. Although there's no sign of like that's one word I'm like bridges, pipe bridges. So running along a pipeline like this might cause issues if I want to run other things. Although maybe yeah, I don't know, because there'll only be one element, I suppose, per pipeline typically. So maybe it's a case of having to use those the conveyor portals. Maybe like it says elements. Maybe you have to like dump the contents out of the pipe and then portal it over and then put it back into a pump on the other side. Just put it up in the corner like that for now. Maybe just do this. Maybe there's a range limit because that's all that was needed before. Or maybe it's just for... Ah, no, there's a note here. I didn't even see it. Note, lava is too hot to be transported through pipes. There you go. If I just read that on the right. So... it's likely some other way of doing that, but I might just skip it for now. Let me wind back all those so they're not causing me a problem in future. Yep. It's clearly liquid hot magma, yeah. Lava is too hot to handle when in magma form underground. Find another way to transport it to your factory. Yeah. I'm going to say that there's just going to be something in the future, and I'm not going to think about it too much. Like, I don't really need it right now. So, yeah. I'm going to unlock that rocket launcher, though, while I'm down here. DBVB, hey. Now, where was the rocket launcherable thing? Does it work on just, oh, yeah, nice. Oop. Ammo of 3. Ooh. And then it reloads. Purple. Explode the purple. extended magazine for 1,000 points. Heavy payload for double the rocket explosion damage. I'm not sure what I want for upgrade points just yet. There was something down. Yeah, this thing. Okay. Ooh. Here. Glyph key. And some moss. And this whole thing kind of looks like a face. What's this? Fluxite through there. Precision rocketing. That's it, I think. And what is this? Moon crystal. Destroyed by dig. Huh. It exploded into things. Into moon hop. Interacts with void petal. Moss. Fluxite. Yeah. More purple. What is this? Copper. Oh, we're getting metals. Copper or moon hop. Yeah, let's maybe not destroy the moon crystal. More crackstone down there. Steal it like it's a flock camera. Alright, come back to that. And come back to that. Good thing you can't damage yourself. Doesn't seem to be any damage at the moment. No fall damage, no self-damage, nothing. Red soil. It's through there. That feels like it's something. Yeah. Alright. Come back to that. What's this glyph key all about then? Oh. This might lead to... There was a portal on the surface. Fast travel system, generally. Cool. Neat effect. Okay, I think it's... Maybe it's got a distance limit then, because I can't change the map. So you might have to hop around between different portals. Moss. Here. Red soil. Of course, I can probably dig all through here. I'm just exploring the shapes first. I like that rocket. So maybe let's go extended magazine to adds 2 max ammo and reduces reload time by 50%. Damn. Yeah, that's good. What is that? A red weaver. Leaving behind red soil. And red sand from that. Yeah, dirt. Yeah. Pretty big area. I guess maybe we could have a look at that pyramid now. You know, maybe one of the things I've got can actually break into it. Right. A lot of sand around here. Well, since we got this teleporter here, let's use that as an opportunity to just go back and check on things, because I did send some stuff up, I think, right? It's all fine. What do I need? I think I've got everything unlocked that I need to make that oil. What is it? No, florinol, rather. Although, let's do what I just said. Maybe have a quick look at this pyramid over here. Although I think it didn't have any destroyed by things on it. No, limestone. Can but try. Nope. Could dig through here. Let's see where it goes. We can always dig ourselves out. Hopefully. We hit sandstone, which we can't dig through yet. Nope. And I haven't even explored under this to see if there's anything. How do I want to approach this? While I'm thinking, I'll recharge this, I suppose. Well, actually, it's not doing anything at the moment anyway, so that's probably a waste of time. I'll have to think about some way of having that reuse its own heat, but that's for later. Now, this needs steam. And you actually get a hint for it in the tech tree. So yeah, dropping the pedals onto steam dryer. So pedals above, steam below. So there's not really enough room to do that here. So I probably need to lift this up. Whoops. Time to make the drones busy for a while. I can always cancel them if they're getting too busy. Which I just did anyway, instead of clicking. There we go. That's going to take them a while. So the fan's influence stops around here. So just try putting a steam thing around here. Or maybe a bit further back.
Hello.
That fan is keeping everything at bay. But I think those drones are being a bit ineffective now, so let's just do that instead. And Wisp checking in. Hey. Okay, steam dryer there. And we need steam in there. Just give the drones a bit of a hand. Well, let's just see how this works. Snow become steam. Yeah. And they change from amethylous to dry amethylous, which is flammable. And the amethylous drops below the dry amethylous to make contact with the dryer. Okay. Is the dry amethylous affected by the wind? Yeah, okay, it is. Yeah, so I might want to move this over. Yeah. Idea of steam drying things is funny to you. Yeah, I'm not sure what the basis for that is. Maybe there isn't. Maybe there is some sort of exchange. Maybe it's also just video game logic. Steam cleaning. Yeah, steam drying though. Yeah, Silent Hath. Hey. I would have thought that would be changing now. Whoops. It's a real industrial process. Yeah, I figured it might be. I didn't think that they'd put something like that without some basis in reality here. Steam's hot enough to vaporize the liquids. Right. Yeah, I guess it might have to be sufficiently hot so that the steam itself does not condense onto the thing attempting to be dried. Okay, so, I mean, the fact that we have a backlog here isn't really helping. I might even just throw some of that out there, because this would not be a normal setup or normal situation. That is the right spot to... yeah, okay. Although it's weird that this is not drying all this out now. I wonder why that is. Because this is still steam. This is still the steam dryer. There's like a temperature to it, is there? No. Anyway, what I was thinking of doing is just launching up from here, like that. Once this is passed over this should just steam dry like straight away, and then it should be just left with although maybe this fan's going to move it over too quick anyway. We'd like all this gone. Maybe I'll upgrade that swarm size. Yeah, swarm expansion plus 100. Might have to restart that. There's going to be some dry petals that'll go out there. Yeah, I'm wondering if the fan is causing it to be like in movement, so it doesn't count as being in contact with the dryer. There's one way I could figure that out. Yeah. Okay. So the dryer needs to be away from the influence of the fan. Let me copy that, please. Copy. Selection copied. Paste. I should be able to control here to build on top of that. Oh well. Big fan of this process. That's what that fan's saying. I'm a big fan of this. Watch me mess it up. Huge metal fan. Yeah, and then it should be that the only thing that reaches this side is dry. But there's nothing deliberately moving it there, so maybe I need to drop. Yeah, I think I need to drop the pedals onto it, just exactly like that instead. Let me keep that steam somewhere. Somewhere not there. Whoops. only you could move liquids that easily in oxygen not included. Yeah, so... Actually, it might need to be over here because the fan's continued influence there. Let's build it that wide and see what happens where stuff sort of lands. Probably want it to actually like drop into it from the side so it trickles over and becomes, it reaches this side and then can be launched easily. Yeah, I think it needs to be outside of the influence of that fan altogether. Yeah, kind of interesting stuff to figure out. I guess I'll be able to avoid, looking at other people's solutions for things for quite a while yet, since it's so new. But yeah, since it needs to come into contact with that, I think the thing that will push it along will be more of these. So you probably end up with a buffer there, basically, that will always be there, maybe, like as long as you're moving this along appropriately. Yeah, I can't put like a conveyor there because it needs to come into contact with the dryer. Could maybe put the clearing frame there, but that's really slow. I'm just going to put another fan here for now. One of these. We can put a filter in there for allow amethylus there. See what happens. Whoops. Shit. Oh. Yeah, it's weird. This should be dropping down here, but maybe because it's completely full, that behavior breaks. Maybe maybe that filter can be used right on top of that. But then it's not going to move the stuff that's inside it. Damn it, the fan. So I do have the advanced filter. But yeah, maybe it is a case of just using the clearing frame there. So what are we expecting here? Only amethyst, amethylus. Other way around. Stick to the wall. Yeah, I feel like there's got to be a faster way of doing this. Like, because I was thinking before that just the volume coming through should it's kind of like in there. It's you drop the leaves in, or drop the dark purple in, and it should push the rest up, so then you can like skim off the top of it. I think it's just this fan that's kind of messing with me. Get back here. Also just reduce the influence of the fan a bit. Where's that reaching now? Right. So block, block dry methylus. Can actually act as a rate limiter for wet seeds going into there anyway. But yeah, I guess we'll hit the same problem that we hit before, where it just wasn't dropping through because it's full. We can but try. I guess because this is set to block dry amethylus, so it's blocking dry amethylus from bubbling back up as well. What about the same trick as before? Just allowing, what was it, gold? No. I can't remember what it is. I'm trying to think. I'm thinking of doing now. Let's just put that there. I don't want to load up my other save. Yeah, there's been various suggestions of things to do all stream, and I haven't acknowledged pretty much all of them. So I'm just, yeah. I like the independent thought of not taking advice, and it's actually a chat rule. Let's see. Yeah. But yeah, Erasmus, welcome. Don't take advice even from myself. Yeah. What are you making in this factory? Gold, apparently. I tried asking the boy for help. I have not. No. The boy is very empty-headed anyway, which is fine. Yeah, TBVB subjecting you all to the boy.
Good Lord, what is happening in there?
For half an hour. Oh, okay, just in time for boy. my old PNG tuber. There we go. Back. Boy just repeats what I say anyway, yeah. Yeah, click hate as well. And we got a raid. Let's go let the raid in. Yeah, Ambrigulus, yeah, welcome. My old PNG tuber you get to see for half an hour. Deep Space, hey, thank you for the raid. How's it going? Yeah. Welcome on in, everyone. My name's Gwillem. Welcome to the lair. This game's music is a bit intermittent. So we're just getting ambience right now. Unless the game thinks that I'm idle or something, or maybe I'll move around. Try and kickstart its music. But yeah, welcome. We're playing some Sandustry. How's it going? I think I saw you were playing Astronauts, right? How was that? Sparkly Wallflower, yeah, welcome. Yeah, you were, nice. Yeah, how'd that go? I've played a bit of that, just not on stream. Yeah.
I am a great magician.
My clothes are glitched. Been loving it. Nice. Son of Hanu, hey, how's it going? But yeah, we're playing Sandustry, which is a game that's going to come out in early access in about 5 days. So we're checking out a review build of it, but I can't provide any actual review because the review embargo lifts later. So I'm not allowed to say whether you should buy this or not. But think if Noita was a factory game, voxel or pixel physics, depending on how you want to look at it. And our factory's kind of idle at the moment as I try and figure out the next step. But there's some plant bits, petals or whatever that we've stockpiled, and now I'm trying to figure out what to do next or how to handle the next bit. I'll snooze those ads out, so ignore the ad warning in chat for another 5 minutes or so. But yeah, you dig up sand and process sand into gold and residue, and then you process the residue into something else, and so on and so forth. Take sand here, put in water, loop, and then that will go up through the factory. It's all physicsy based. Been pretty interesting so far. That will come along here and go through here. Let me just add a bit more fire in there. That'll go through around there, and this is all. You got a lot of flexibility in what you put together. And it's this bit that's puzzling me now. That maybe I just haven't left myself enough room. I'm thinking of just dropping this down, but yeah. But this is steam drying the plant bits that we've accumulated, basically. Oh no, that's wrong. It go away. Here, come back. Why am I doing this? So I can do that. Right. Yeah, get rid of that. But yeah, did I say my usual like post-stream self-care stuff? Deep space if it's late for you. Thank you for the raid, of course, but feel free to hang around. But if you need to raid and run, make sure you do. Yeah, let's make a bit more steam here. Oh, already there. I was wondering why I couldn't switch to my flamethrower because I had snow in my hands. So yeah, this might just need bringing over a bit. Oop. Oh, that's getting stuck there now. Could probably reduce the size of this, but just confirming whether once you accumulate a buffer here, like will it just like trickle into the launcher, or will it back up in some other way, like there, like just by taking the overflow. All right, there's actual ad break happening in about 20 seconds, so I'll step away. I use the ad break, the hourly ad break, to have a rest, get a snack, go to the bathroom, have a stretch, that sort of stuff. So if you need to do anything like that, now will be a good chance. Game will be paused, so no one will miss anything. Yeah, so that's getting limited by like little blockages there. So I might have to figure out some way to unblock that, so it can be done a bit faster. All right. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Bleh. All right, welcome back. The Oni music is a nice bop. Maybe I should leave it running, but if the game has music of its own and it's playing it on at least a semi-regular basis, then I'm going to prefer the game's music, at least for a first look, All right, there was a filter configuration I had before. I think it was like block gold, maybe. It should do what I want. It's like it will allow this stuff to progress over that hump that's being blocked by basically one pixel. Whether that will ultimately have the desired effect or not, who knows? Well, it's not blocked at least. Don't mind me just spraying snow everywhere. Yes, that's what that is. Snow gun. Right. To make steam. Yeah, so... I mean, will that have any effect there as well? Probably not, right? Because it's not going to move the stuff that's inside it, is it? Get over there. No. But it would move everything that's on top, but I'll just leave it at that for now. And maybe try feeding back through some of all that. But I guess before I do that, I should probably have a plan for what to do with the next part, which thankfully is not quite as finicky, because this is just simply flammable. And it needs condensing. And there was even a hint here as to how to do it. So yeah, flame the dry amethylus, yeah. Which you can do with a burner block instead of manually. And that will turn into a gas which needs condensing down to oil, but also it doesn't show it there, but it actually produces gold when it does that. So it drops the liquid and gold. So I might just do a one-off. No. I wish the game had a better way of dealing with this. Like, it seems to be a problem you face at each stage, and maybe it's just the intent where you accumulate a backlog of stuff that you need to deal with, and then that gives you a bunch of room, like building area issues that aren't relevant if you're building to process like a continuous throughput instead of one big backlog. Yeah. Again, I'm not taking advice. But yeah, KDS, yeah, welcome. Let's see. So now I have the choice of like, do a one-off operation to get rid of this backlog, but then that just produces a problem for the next area. I'll have a bunch of the liquid to deal with. Or like move this back to here, basically, and have it like clog up in there instead. Deliberately. Maybe I just want to see how that goes. Yeah, it's not often that you get to tackle one of these games from scratch, brand new. and not have any like solutions out there already. So that's my preferred way of playing these games, at least at first. And yeah, so the game will be out in early access in about 5 days. So folks will be able to play it for themselves at that point. In the waiting for release dungeon, yeah. Just thinking, because if I let's just try something. Yeah, so that just turns straight into a gas on its own, and that will eventually come back down, I think. So I don't think I want to just drop this. So I need it collected in a way where I can burn a bunch of it, on burner belts, and have the gas collected, but also need to be able to drop it in. Like in the demonstration here, it's all in a sealed environment, but I will need to launch stuff in, and that means getting it into through an opening somewhere. Maybe I actually lower this down. Yeah, so it can't be just dropped in from the top without risking having it all just interact with the stuff that's being burnt and cause a bunch of havoc, basically. Let's see. Burner belts somewhere around. I guess just from anywhere from there. Oh, this is stuff I burnt before coming back down as dry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've got my my party hat, which is my thinking party hat. Won't let me override that. to be confused with a party thinking hat. That's not necessary. Actually, that's where the condenser probably should go. And I think the condenser's snow-based. Let's get the drones on this.
I am a great magician.
My clothes are pink. All right, so this is what the advanced filter's needed for, I believe. So we can actually say, we can block the florinol that will come off this. But it's, the filter is either allow or block for all types that are selected. So well, it depends on what you want to do, I suppose. If you want to just let the liquid run through and block the gold, that's one way of doing it. I might instead say, I don't know, block amethyst, because that shouldn't be there anyway, so it's not going to show up. So yeah, block amethyst, block florinol. And that means anything else coming off that should just drop through, which should just be gold. Maybe not the best way of doing that, but that's the way I'm going to go with for now. Just so I can get started on it. So that should be where gold drops down. And I might even make that a bit wider. Oops. Although we probably need that a little bit lower just to, because it'll look, the smoke, the gas from this will accumulate up here. These need, oh yeah, so they're actually not powered by snow, they're powered by thermal buffers, which are powered by snow. Neat. That should be plenty. In fact, that stopped negative 990. Okay, so we know the limit. It's like these thermal buffers actually have a limit. Cool. So it's probably like a 999 positive as well limit. There we go. suppose just for safety, may as well make that a conveyor belt going the other way for now. All right, let's just let this trickle in. And no, I don't know what I'm doing with the florinol yet. Let it accumulate. So just make sure there's enough room for that. Burninating the thermal buffer blocks. Not as catchy as the original, yeah. Burninating the thermal buffer blocks. Get that moving a bit quicker by using, since it's a slow falling debris, it's like using those side launchers to get the stuff moving in there a bit more. Yeah, and you could probably downsize this a lot, and that's kind of the problem I was talking about before. Like, you got so much debris built up, it makes you kind of build large, but to deal with a constant throughput, you can probably minimize a lot of this. So you're reducing like the size of intermediate buffers in between. Like this doesn't need to be this big, probably. Now then. Yeah, try sending through some of the existing stuff. Monies. And we just have to condense 10,000 florinol, and that's 2,000 so far. Tunnels are clogged. Fans are clogged. So 2,500. Yeah, we should be able to get to that 10,000 hopefully with all this stuff. And there might just be enough storage space here for all that. Yeah, that'll get a bit wider as it gets taller. And gold is being moved over, so yeah. I can spend money in the meantime to reduce the amount of stuff that's in there. Vacuum, maybe. Oh, the digger drone. We could go have a look at that. Logistics Mark II unlocks Mark II versions of the conveyor belt and launcher. Ooh. Recon drone unlocks the recon drone for scouting. Activity heat map. The conveyor portal. Yeah, unlocks the vacuum to collect materials in a tank. I'm curious about that. Vacuum. Alright, so it's 2 tanks. Any material. Well, it is vacuum. All tanks in use could not collect amethyst. Yep. And then I guess, yeah, right click, uncollects it aggressively. How do I change tanks though? I can click on it. Remember the way you made outfit when doing vacuuming. If only I had one. Yeah, no scroll wheel to select a different tank there. It uses the other tank automatically when you're collecting, though. Refilling that steam. Figure out a way to do that later automatically. Does make me wonder if you can pump steam or gases, since they are technically fluids but not liquids. Does not look like it. So maybe you can get other vents for them later. So pipes are specifically for fluids. No, for liquids, rather. Right, 5,000. Whoops. Whoops. X. Time to clog the tunnel again. Stuff stays in your vacuum when you change away from the vacuum. I would assume so. Yep. There's no on-screen indicator of what's currently in your tank, though, except for just going to the vacuum. Right. Still haven't bought the conveyor portal. Maybe I should. Yeah, we need a reverse GIF of the inhaling emote. You hear that? Yeah. I'm hoping I can get about 2,500 monies through this, so I can buy the back here. Buy the digging drone, which they're not super effective anyway, but that'll empty this out, and we can maybe go downstairs and have a look at that. Oh, God damn it. There we go. Yeah, not effective at first, at least. So yeah, unlocks the digger drone, which digs autonomously. But I'm guessing that there's upgrades related to that. Yeah, drone fleets, digger drone. Yeah, at 500 points to increase the number of them active. But it doesn't look like there's any other upgrades for it. But there's 3 levels of that. So yeah, let's go have a look at that. I'll make sure that I can't make sure that this is unclogged. What was I saying? Hey, drones, digger drone. Put that down there. We'll go have a look at it. I'll fire one off now just so you can see what it looks like. But yeah, shows the trajectory that it will dig down. Just do that. And when it goes for a while, or when it hits a surface it can't dig, it disappears. Or it might have an overall time limit to it as well. This really is clogged. There's little bits going through at a time. Whoops. It's going to end up over there, isn't it? Without drying. That's all right. They get pushed to the end. They're pushed to the end. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why that does clog up like that. Maybe it's this needs to be a bit higher to interact more directly with that. I mean, that's now clogging just because it's the whole thing backs up like that. But yeah. But yeah, while that's doing its thing, actually, how much heat has that got left in there? A little bit more. There's plenty in there. It's the steam in there. It's going to run out first, most likely. But yeah, while it's doing its thing, let's play a bit with the digger drone down here. All right. Oh, yeah. If it hits the wall behind it or something like that, when it bounces off, it'll disappear as well. Yeah, so it kind of just bounces against the dirt and does a bit of damage. So launch 3 and do 1 line fairly quickly. Ooh, purple. Or, could launch 3 along parallel areas. And they can also dig out the purple. Nice. So yeah, they do a decent job when you put them like all 3 along one, but on their own, they're pretty slow. But you could set and forget as well. Vacuum. Same devs or just a coincidence? Like Noida, maybe, or someone else was mentioning powder toy. Atom Craft. Okay. Well, there you go. Maybe there's more than just a couple of these. Yeah, Neoniveke. I think we're just about to unlock the next level of stuff. Yep, there we go. Tier 5. Let's go. Florinol battery. Ooh, which stores florinol as energy to power machinery. Link ready. Coincidence? They just have very similar ideas. Fair enough. Good news. Basic viability requirements have been fulfilled. It's time to see if this planet can support self-sufficient energy production, acquire batteries, charge them, and use the energy to power advanced tools and machinery. Reach a peak of 100,000 energy to qualify for the next expansion. Okay. Drill to drill through stone. Unlocks a drill to break through hard materials, which requires energy. Florinol battery. Well, I guess that's what we use the florinol for. Snowmaker. Unlocks a snowmaker, a powered structure that converts water into snow using energy. Void rift down here. Unlocks the void rift to produce void seed, which can be planted and refined into void elements. Which flux emanator to convert void bloom into fluxites. Locator unlocks locator. Fill it with void juice to scan for hidden alien artifacts. Recall shard, allowing you to teleport to a recall portal powered by void bloom. A laser unlocks the laser for sustained excavation through hard materials. Tier 6 needs the energy stuff. Yeah. Energy siphon unlocks the energy siphon tool to transfer energy between power stores. Copper mold unlocks a copper mold for casting the power brick from liquid copper. Power brick stores large amounts of energy and can be recharged automatically with input from a generator. Smelter unlocks the smelter to smelt elements placed on top, fueled by heat from thermal buffer or lava. Okay. Chuck a bit more heat in here. Water's going okay there. We need to spend a bit of money. Guess the florinol battery to unlock a bunch of stuff. Hey, thank you for the follow. Whoops. God damn it. Did it again. Right. My money. My gold. I don't think that was there for any particular reason. Right. I need to get that wall back in after we finish clearing this out. Let me just vacuum that.
Hello.
Hello. Tasty worm checking in. Ow.
Hello.
Just for that, the boy goes away. Checking in late. Yeah, how's it going? Good. Yeah. Out of steam.
Hello.
Juffy and Scientath as well, checking in. First time for Scientath. Funny looking game. Yeah, this is Sandustry. Coming soon to early access. We have a backlog of crap in here that's clogging up our tunnel. Yeah. Florin. I would have burnt that. Yeah. Can't vacuum it. So I was a bit careless with my flaming. That's potentially another way to deal with it as well. Just put a flame block thing here. Just burn the dry amethyst straight away instead of launching it up here. Alright, well, I may as well buy the conveyor portal because we've got a bunch of spare monies. I don't really care about the flare gun, wall light, or flashlight at the moment. Neither really the activity heat map. I'm kind of curious about the Corella and also about the logistics stuff, but I guess next logical thing to unblock, I suppose, would be the drill, but we haven't got energy, but let's not let that stop us. I'm just trying to spend money so it doesn't accumulate in here too much, but also let's just vacuum up some gold and put that somewhere else for the moment. It's just mining and refining stuff. Yeah, factory game. I guess you're not producing anything, so it's more automation game. Yeah, seems to be. But there might be other stuff later on. Who knows? This is quickly getting to its storage limit. But yeah, you're like ostensibly you're here to kind of help evaluate this planet's worth, I suppose, in terms of gold. There's a little bit of lore so far, like ancient alien civilization tech as well. But yeah, there's hints at critters being used for something as well. We've seen a few that have been producing things like water and stuff like that. Orb, yeah, and the orb. Let's see. So Florinol battery. So I guess it's like that. Yeah. I guess this whole thing, maybe I'll probably have to pump it out to somewhere else, like if I do this, I wonder if the gold gets trapped there. No, but I think that's actually discharging the electricity when that happens. So yeah. Rather than accumulating all that right there, let's do not that. Weird. All right. We got to clean up on aisle whatever of florinol. Where did that go? Is that there? Yeah. Well, I know where it is at least. Let's see. And liquid stuff, liquid pumps. So pump. I guess, I don't know how many vents wouldn't be needed to get all that out. Like all the throughput of that dealt with, but let's just put a few there.
Hello.
And florinol battery.
Hello.
Oh yeah, it sort of solidifies in there. Seventh Guardian, hey. Yeah, it looks interesting, yeah. I think that's power going up, and that's fine. It's not like going haywire or anything. That's just kind of odd. So I guess you could, if you really wanted, maybe do this. Yep. All right, 6,000 energy, but we need to unlock. We need to get 100,000, which might then involve other energy sources. Because accumulating 100,000 like that is an enormous battery. Not that it's not out of the question, but I expect there's some other way of doing that. So yeah. Yeah. Casting the power brick from liquid copper. The power brick stores large amounts of energy and can be recharged automatically with input from a generator. That's probably that. But you need to get the smelter first. Unlocks the smelter. Do smelt elements placed on top, fueled by heat from a thermal buffer or lava. Can it power a flame block? Who knows? Let's see. But no, the flame blocks don't have an energy requirement, at least. So, I've been wondering if we have. There we go. No, like cabling. But I guess maybe there's some other thing that's powers that. Maybe there's no power, like wiring, because I was like, oh, I wonder how I set up the drill. You don't. You just use it. So maybe apart from some specific things that need connections, maybe you just use energy. Bloop. Yeah. Might have to open that up, actually. Yeah, this is what I was hoping to avoid with the flame going back through to the dried petals that were on their way up. But maybe I'll just keep that up there instead. Keep the hole open upstairs, up here. Wow, we got rid of all the petals. All the methyl, the word I keep forgetting. What's floating around in there? Florinol. Which that's going to be a pain to get out. It will involve lucky clicks, which is unfortunate. I might just leave it there for now then. Now there's some water down here. Yeah. All right. I'm just wondering if there were any stone areas that I wanted to dig through. There's probably quite a few, actually. And it looks like the power that I've consumed with the drill has not reduced that peak energy total. I think it's just generate 100,000, not have 100,000 stored. I should probably check that that is still correctly set up. Yeah, well, that's not going to... that should be fine. Yep. All right, let's maybe have a look downstairs then, because we will need some more throughput of something, of anything. There's all sorts of sand that we haven't gotten from this area yet. So this is indestructible. Oh yeah, digger drone. Right, heads up, ad break in about 30 seconds. There's a lot of stuff around this way too. Did I end up following that arrow? No. Yeah. Ooh. All right. That's ad break. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Lord, what is happening in there?
Hey, ad break nearly over. I see we had a raid. I'll let them in just a sec. Yeah, welcome back. Thanks for sticking through the ads. And yeah, we had a raid come in from Maringana. Maringana, maybe. Oh, we'll go let him in. A Maringana, thank you for the raid. Hashtag sand gets everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, welcome on in. My name's Gwillem. Welcome to the lair. Sounds like you might have been playing some Sandustry yourself. Let me get you a shout out. But yeah, who's here? Marigana themselves, Eric the Pixel Pirates, Fionn Man Corvus. Yeah. There we go. Playing some Sandustry. Yeah, nice. Well, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. First time here, thought I'd keep the category running. Have to raid and fade though. Things need doing. Leaves a stack of cookies. I don't see any cookies. Oh, Juffy hid them from me. Okay, right. Fine. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, you gotta leave. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, as I always say, like, feel free to hang around. You're more than welcome to, but if you need to raid and run, make sure you do get that post-stream self-care in. But yeah, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Cookies are a myth, yeah. Did I miss anything from the before the raid? No. Okay, right, cool. Appreciate it. Return after groceries. Yeah, no problem. I'll probably be live for another hour or so. It's about my usual stream length. Depends on the time. What's the time? 9:47 here. That'll be about right. Okay, and I had just opened up like a lore area, so let's get back into that. So just after the ad break hit, I followed an arrow and got through to this here. So, oh, it's another one of a teleporter thingy. So Oh, gun. Sorry. What is that? Crackstone. This is indestructible. This is actual stone that I could dig into if that makes a difference. Maybe it does not though. Can't use a drill here anyway. Okay. Yeah. Augment Forge. Still not quite sure what that blue side does. Maybe it will do something when you collect 5 of them. Ride boost or sprint duration. I haven't been using sprint that much, so I'll go down this path. That opens up more. I wish you could see the full tree. That's... All right. That's maybe something I'll look up later, see if someone's published the full tree somewhere. What's that? Don't know what that was. It let me dig at something that was inside a block, but I couldn't see what it was. All right, I'll have another look around for anything worth digging into stone for before I set up more wood. More send more sand to the surface for processing. It's probably figuring out how to do copper is probably the next thing. Oh yeah, I got to remember I got this teleporter that we can use as well. So if we want to make our way down this way, it's like, oh, just bloop, teleport. That's all indestructible. Indestructible. That's stone. Copper. And that's snood. Oh yeah, I wasn't going to dig into that moon, whatever it is, moon crystal, because it just makes the stuff that bounces around and hard to keep track of. Oh yeah, an arrow to follow. Ooh. And a maze, maybe. Which I guess you can just follow the path that revealed. Like in order of how it was revealed, maybe. Yep. Moon crystal out there. Whatever that is. Another artifact. +1 movement speed, I guess. And we can get on. Yep, keeps opening up. Phase dash is eventually there. Stand on the ground and hold down to teleport. It's just a quick way out. Except it put me into the wall, into the maze wall. And I don't think there was like an exit on the other side, was there? It was all indestructible around here. Yeah. Could dig into that stone, but I have my doubts as to whether it's actually got anything there. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting I've got a rocket launcher. Ooh. More copper. A lot of water. Arrow. arrow in purple. A lot more purple. Like a lot more purple. Thousand upgrade points. Digger drone fleet, maybe. Heavier payload for the rocket launcher. Bullets, meh. Digging speed, maybe. Vacuum, tank capacity. Yeah, I might sit on those points for now until I actually feel like I need to grab one of them. That's a lot of copper down here. What's this? Oh, just moon crystal. Oh, there's a void gazer creature in there. I guess maybe I should unlock the Corella and see. Right. Conservatory unlocked in the research tab. Use the Corella to capture critters. Each new species earns tickets. Spend them here to unlock decorations and experimental features. Huh. Let's see. Gator Gaming, hey, can't wait for this game to come out. Nice. Yeah, welcome. Corella. Oh, he just vacuumed them in. Shinelet captured. New tickets available in the conservatory. There was an achievement for that as well. Right click to release. Oh, you just shoot it out. What about the void gazer here? Converts void husk into void juice. New tickets. All right. Lumling creates water. Mm-hmm. That, I might take that one home. Might take that home with me. Now I just need to find my way home. I could blast my way out, but I'm going to leave stuff kind of as is for the moment. Where's the teleporter? There we go. Yeah. Excuse me. Did click. Zoop. Here we have two lumlings. It seems good to just put them here. Assuming they can survive under, well, not underground. They don't seem bothered. All right, quick check on things likely being backed up. Yeah. So yeah, so I see the battery here has, so it's not draining out the the florinol when it's used by the looks of it. So I wonder, florinol soil. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you actually have to maintain these instead of just let them drain and be refilled. Interesting. want to do that like that. Oop. I thought I was picking up the soil. Florinol soil. I'm just wondering if that actually produces anything. What is that there? Nothing. I think it's getting filled in by the florinol, I think. It's like I can't tell if it's actually producing anything. I'd have to shut these off, I suppose, to figure that out. Yeah, all right. Well, there's nothing particularly backed up here apart from this. So the copper mold, energy siphon, not yet available. Laser. Could unlock laser at 5,000 monies. A little spoiler for the florinol. Nope. But thank you for asking. Yeah, I do like to figure it out on my own. Like it's pretty rare to come across new games of this where you get a chance to, you know, have your first like unspoiled, and most likely very wrong, like very wrong, very inefficient take on things, which is fine. This is. Can a rocket break these? Let's see if they can hit them, maybe. Yeah, okay. I just want to set a couple of digger drones away at some of this, maybe. I'll just do that. I'll set and forget a few, maybe maybe just go up. And that looks like a short distance there, but whatever. So we have magma. And I have smelter. Which I was wondering if I could maybe boost the magma up out of there. No. It looks like you can use the smelter without using magma just yet anyway. Heat from adjacent thermal buffer or lava. So yeah, to get the lava in there. Yeah. Can't just sit the thermal buffer at the top of the magma like that. What's this? Stone. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably better off bringing the copper up anyway, but I just want to sort of see it happen. Where is the copper anyway? Some around here. I should use the map maybe. Also, can you teleport like here? No. Okay. I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. Get out of there. Copper can only be drilled. All right. So yeah, interacts with smelter. Let's just put a catch here. Now, stone, when you dig into that, does that produce anything? No. Oh yeah, the moon hop. Yeah, there. It's flying out quite a ways. I just turn the game sound down a touch. I suppose that's an incentive to go for the laser. All right, so we've got a bunch of copper. And we could have a play now with making that do something with smelter block, maybe. Like how much heat do I actually need to put into a thermal buffer to get that to do something? Not much. There's already some liquid copper there. It causes heat shimmering even with just a little bit. I can pick up liquid copper, not lava, but liquid copper, yes. Not that I know what I'm going to do with this. had my eye on the power brick thing. Just not quite sure how to get from this to that. So I'll have a look in the menus and figure that out. Yeah, so research, conservatory. Oh, yeah. Tickets. 14 tickets. Okay. Coloring tool. Unlocks the coloring tool to paint blocks. Unlocks glass foundation for transparent structural building. Critter fence. Unlocks a critter fence, which lets elements through while keeping critters out. Door. Unlocks the door that opens and closes from clicks or signals. Yeah. Grappling hook. Unlocks a grappling hook for greater mobility. Maybe. Precision tools. Unlocks cork blaster, precision laser, and prefabulator. Maybe for cutting like pixel level things instead of tile level things. Yeah. Signals, yeah. Signal controls. Signal devices. Unlocks a signal switch, signal lamp, buffer, signal sensor, signal linker. Yeah. Unlocks the flip-flop toggle, signal button, pulse sensor, presence sensor. Unlocks all the logic gates. Wall tool for building and destroying walls. Retro console. Unlocks the retro console and game controller. For 20 tickets. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll hold on to them for now, but yeah, the signals stuff, and maybe the grappling hook as well, if it lets you get around quicker. But yeah, let's have a look. So the copper mold. Casting the power brick from liquid copper. Right. I think I get that. Basically like the florinol brick. Except I don't see that there. Or did I have that researched actually at all? No. Okay. Right. Very close to it though. 1979 credits. Teleporters nearby, right? Yeah. So there's probably some things backed up that I can just unclog and get that. Yeah, like that. Yeah. I'll turn that off. Yeah, still not quite clear what the florinol soil stuff is from that, but it feels like you're just sort of resetting the battery without consuming any more florinol oil. Because I turned off the pump there. So yeah. Might be like you set it up once and it's done. There was a little bit up there, but that didn't get drained down into it. Might leave the top off it and see what happens. Meanwhile, I might make... Oh yeah, the research for the copper mold. Yeah. So this is, yeah, unlocks the energy siphon tool to transfer energy between power stores. Okay. So, oh, I don't want to build anything there because that's a steam thing. Let's try kind of what it showed in the tooltip there for that. The energy siphon, like a little copper mold off to the side just to give it a try. So copper mold, like that, and might be running a long pipeline or just carrying some here through the teleporter maybe. Yeah, I might just carry some here through the teleporter first. If game lets me, it probably will, I think. No, it doesn't let you teleport while carrying. Oh well. And vacuum can't be used for that. Nope. Oh well. Out here selling moldy copper, like he's Nasser. Yay, Nasser. Guess it might be better in future just to bring the copper up then instead of smelting it down here. But if I run a pipe once, then I can maybe reuse it in future. I'll put the pump in there. Yeah, it should be over there actually. Because it might be that I dig out that magma and let it kind of drop down. Down towards where the copper is and let that all melt there somehow. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Hello.
Stores 0 of 1,000, 16 of 16. Yeah, so it's 1,000 per tile as opposed to 16 per tile over here. Alloy Voxy checking in. Ow. But I need that energy siphon research to be able to do that compression into there. Energy connector is something to research as well. Okay. You're welcome. Yeah. Yeah. Alloy Voxy. Hey. draining this is it florinol out. Otherwise, it's just going to back up in here anyway. So I guess I need more cash money to progress. So there was an area over here that I didn't dig into, which makes me wonder if it leads to some other area, some alternate area that we haven't even looked at. Maybe. And I can fling the sand up there just like I can for the other side. Wreck side. Maybe not quite that. Good enough for now. Let's see what else is around here. Oh, it just leads up to that boiler room. That's it. Indestructible. That's stone. Stone. Indestructible. Well, I made this happen, so... finish the job. Now we have an Olympic-sized swimming pool of grape soda. Yeah, electric grape soda. It's the electric grapevine. Oh, that's coming up there. All right. It's all getting blocked there. It's how Monster Energy's made. Oops. dry sand that will go up there should drop back down here. Low on water here. I should maybe take one of those critters actually and put them in here. Yoink. Lumling. Whoop. So that's where how the dry seeds are getting down here every now and then. So when this is running low on water, they make it through here, but then it gets dropped out here. Might be an opportunity to try the teleporter that I haven't used yet. Lazily send it back through there. Where is that again? Did I actually research it? Yeah, conveyor portal. There we go. Distance too far. That sucks. And you can't rotate them to go vertical. Alternate? No. There's no space setting. Yeah, so it's only 3 tiles in between. I guess this doesn't need to be, actually, no, it doesn't need to be that wide all the way up. But I did want to make this sideways launch, yeah, otherwise it's getting clogged on like a single column of wet seed. So anything that drops through there can go back, I suppose. If it goes past that, then it's probably something else wrong anyway. Conveyor portal. Yeah. That'll do. Steal some of that to try that out. There. So that'll loop around. looking good. Should be enough monies to, get the energy siphon. Let's see. So that's a tool. I don't see it though. Is it something you build? Yeah, okay. Weird that it's in there. That, yeah. Wonder if you can get the automated diggers on dealing with this. Yeah. Was it flammable? Oh, yeah, it is. Doesn't say that it is, I think. Guess that's a better way of dealing with it then. Just let the flame do it, which means you might also be able to use a burning block for that as well, just at the bottom or something. Copper storage is full. Let's try the burning block approach. Nope. Could use the pyro thing, but at that point, like, you may as well just set it off yourself. Yeah, it's coming up on 20,000 peak energy. Weird how this works, that you need to do that and you get all the energy back when you do it. But okay. What was that? You're just reposting Laircrow's message because it had a link in it. So, yeah, you got nuked for having a link in it, Rumbler. Advertise with my own thing. Right, what else? Energy connector to pass energy between power structures. Steam turbine unlocks a steam turbine for automated power generation. Yeah. Currently, I need more storage, I think, which means more copper. Yeah, just looking at that. So it looks like the turbine's in the middle. And there's a bit of magma, maybe a bit of lava at the bottom. So they got some water in there in a closed loop with a condenser and lava. Fought the crow and lost. Can't tell them apart, so no idea if we're making progress. Thank you for the follow. Well, we need more copper then. And, well, we have a pipeline to do it now. We just need a way of actually doing the smelting. Laircrow from the top rope. That wasn't even Laircrow, funnily enough. That was Moobot. Moobot's the thing that I use for link protection because it seems good at it. And it will work even if my own Laircrow bot goes offline, in theory. Sin, hey, what sort of game is this? It's like if Noita was a factory game, basically. Although I'm not producing goods at the moment, it's more, as someone else was saying, more about refining and like one element into other elements. But it seems to be opening up a bit now. So mining and refining. So we're just doing a bit of digging for copper. But yeah, this is Sandustry. Game key provided to me for free by Hooded Horse. There's a review embargo still in place, so I can't give any sort of indicator as to whether you should buy it or not. So it's just gameplay. But I've managed to play it for just about a full stream. So, yeah, speaking of which, I'll have to wrap up soon, probably. Early access sound like, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, it will be coming out in early access in about 5 days. So, Sandustry releases August 13th. Yeah, this is early access build, review build, so it probably reflects early access quality, though there's still expected to be bugs, of course. Atomcraft, yeah, Paul. Paul. Someone mentioned Atomcraft earlier, and someone mentioned Powder Toy as well. I got my hands full with Oxygen Not Included on top, so if I'm adding anything more, it's going to wait for a while, I think. We might do some alternating between this and and oxygen not included, maybe. What's in there? Sand. Sand in this game? Damn. I guess we'll get the copper dug out of here. And then there's no reason to come back to this spot in particular, at least. For copper, anyway. But yeah, the drilling that I'm doing at the moment is actually using energy that was stored above ground earlier. And there is magma around, or lava around. It's just the game hasn't made it obvious yet how you actually harness that. So I'm not looking for solutions for that either. So I'll figure that out in time, or come across it somehow when the time is right. Okay. Let's make a bigger battery. Guess that's been... Yeah, I think the drill's been taken from the copper power there. So if I do this, siphon energy... and then torch my battery. All right. Because it's probably better to make a taller battery for this. Because a wider one's just going to spread out and take longer per row. But in the end, it will be the same. It's cool to look at, though. Speaking of games, you don't need to add to your list. Have you seen Big Walk? I have. Yeah. Yep. From the makers of Untitled Goose Game. Yeah, it looks well made. And I like how it looks pretty Australian as well. Like all the colours look very like Blue Mountains-y colours with all the gum trees. Aussie bush depicted. Yeah, exactly. It looks a lot more spacious, like easy to navigate, as opposed to what I've experienced anyway. But yeah, they can't exactly pack the game with the same amount of like densely packed trees as, say, the Blue Mountains would have. Oops. Night Dweller Hay demo was fun. Yeah. Definitely not as dense. Species are accurate as far. Yeah, the bird noises, etc. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, all animal noises. I haven't seen details of like the challenges or anything like that. I've just watched a couple of people play it a bit. Here we go. That's 42,000 energy stored. And whatever this gets to, it's probably halfway through that tier unlock. So we just need to get more copper to be able to, well, also to burn through the energy as well. Work the same. But yeah, just give me a minute. Playing this morning with a good group, super fun, but it's also just made you happy spotting Banksias. Oh, right. Trees. Okay. Yeah, I haven't even seen the details of like the actual tree species that's in there either. I've just noticed like the shades. It's like, oh, that's that's everything's like, even the sort of like distance fog is kind of blue tinted, which maybe is a coincidence. But yeah, all the eucalyptus haze, basically. Though you never know, that might be intentional. So give me just a minute. All right. Yeah, I think I might wrap things up. Just give me a sec. All right. Well, there you go. That has been 6 hours or so of Sandustry. Hope you enjoyed it. I can't give a review. I can say I found it interesting. And we might do some alternating between this and Oxygen Not Included in maybe the lead up to the early access date, if I get more than a couple of streams in or something like that. But yeah, I'll be looking forward to maybe playing around with this a bit offline as well. So yeah. All right, but stick around for just a moment. Can't give it a review yet. But did spend 6 hours and lost track of time. Although not quite. I was very much on top of time. But yeah, let me thank some folks for things that they did. But then I'll raid you out to someone maybe neat. All right, but yeah. Marangana, thank you for the raid earlier. Yep. Deep Space, thank you for the raid as well. And thank you all for being here. Chatters, lurkers alike. Thank you also to Hooded Horse for the key. So yeah, go check out Sandustry. Let me grab the store page. Yeah, I'll copy it, paste it in chat. There you go. Comes out early access on locally for me is 14th of August, so maybe 13th of August in other regions. So yeah, game plans to unlock in approximately 5 days. The demo is still there. So on the store page, you can still download and check out the demo if you've not played it at all. I don't know if that will remain around. I imagine it would. They'd want to. I think keep a demo around for these sorts of games. And snooze those ads. Ignore those ads. All right. But yeah, let's get out of here. So the lair's closing for the night. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. But I know where else where you can go. And that's over to, how do you say this name? Das Altberg. I don't know this person, but they're playing Sandustry. And just a quick listen into their stream seemed that they seemed okay. So there you go. This Bavarian guy streaming games and commentary in English. Yeah. Enjoy your stay or else. But yeah, come along, say hello, enjoy some more Sandustry, and it looks like they're just getting started. So it should be safe for me to hang around and not get spoiled on things. But, you know, might be stuff said in chat, so I might just come along and say hello and raid and fade mostly. But yeah, our raid message is in chat, just the cheer emotes if you got them. If you don't have that or you want to use something else, go right ahead. Please do. All right. Just exiting out of my game. But yeah. Next stream from me, maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday, right? Yes. Okay. I think. All right. So until then, probably be Oxygen Not Included if I do stream tomorrow, though. All right. Well, until then, take care of yourselves, and I'll see you around.